Hey everyone, we're starting off the night with something a bit darker, an era marked by pottage, punishments and plagues. This is going to be an in-depth look into the Middle Ages as we know them. Put the knights and castles that Hollywood sold you in the past. You probably wouldn't make it through the day, to be honest. Take a second to like the video and subscribe before you settle in, but only if you find my content enjoyable. And in the comments, please indicate from what location you are listening to find out when you are available. Whoever shows up from all around the globe is usually an interesting sight. Turn down the lights and maybe even a fan to create a gentle hum in the background. And together let's ease into this trip that begins tonight. It is the year 1300. You have just awakened. There is some good news. You are alive. Unfortunately, fleas are also bad news. Because it was a barn floor 3 months ago, your bed is a mostly rotten straw mattress filled with bugs, hay and the odour of that place. You won't find any cushions, memory foam or Egyptian cotton sheets here. An unwashed wool blanket that has collected enough dirt and grime to make it about the weight of a small cow. It hasn't been washed since last winter. As a distant church bell rings, you snap to attention. It sounds like an alarm clock from the Middle Ages, only it's more louder and merciless. You live in a wonderful open concept hut made of wood, with one room, no windows, and plenty of room for your family, livestock, and even some household insects. A lovely symphony is the aroma, an understated combination of old beer, human perspiration, goat, and something you hope isn't mold, but deep down you know it's probably not. Scented candles didn't come into existence. They wouldn't stand a chance on your filthy floor, even if they were. You attempt to stretch, but you quickly come to regret it due to the chilly air and the pain in your joints. 22 years old is around the Middle Age in medieval times. You have the gait of a weathered wooden door for a spine and the shakiness of a bag of rocks for knees. Only a fool would risk getting out of bed. The thatched roof lets in the rain from last night, or your neighbour's fowl messed with the floor, making it crusty. Your bare feet have become an integral element of the natural world. And personal space. And then what is it? Every member of your family, including that one cousin who never left, is waking up with you. Everything is common. There is no private space, no curtained bedroom, and no time for me. Good morning? In medieval Europe, you're never really alone because there are 8 other people, rodents, parasites, and a host of other creatures. And that's only the beginning of your day. From here, it will only get worse. Your escape from the medieval haystack of misery is complete. Well done. At this moment, the elements are reaching out to us. Plus, it's not courteous, it's crying out. You'll start to long for the convenience of a modern restroom at this point. Not only is there no toilet, but there is also no seat, toilet paper, flush, and even a little resentful plunger tucked up in the corner. Urinating is a social experiment, a little public spectacle, and an experience in the 14th century. Peasants usually use a wooden bucket behind the house as a restroom. Unfortunately, Uncle Wolfstan had a difficult night due to eating rotten turnips. Thus the bucket is already full. The aroma is holy. Do your thing while holding your breath. And then the worst part comes. Drop it on the sidewalk. I know the street. You're instructed to yell out a command before throwing it out the window. Watch out below is the old French translation. However, in all candor, nobody ever acts quickly enough. Medieval town streets are like appealing rivers of human and animal excrement. Mystery substances you'd rather not investigate, and open sewers. Well done on residing in a community that provides public restrooms. In this outhouse where air circulation is a cruel joke and privacy is a dream, you get to sit next to complete strangers. You may strike up a conversation, but hold your breath. Ugh, I've never heard of toilet paper. For the most part, individuals will use natural materials like straw, leaves, rags, moss, or even a stray wool fiber for a more luxurious wipe. Occasionally, completely nothing. This could be the reason why handshakes haven't gained traction just yet. Moreover, being in a castle must make it that much nicer, doesn't it? At least in theory. You may be wearing a guard robe and have a gaping breach in the wall that leads straight into the moat at your waist. Excellent plan, however your adversaries are aware of this. It is true that assailants occasionally gained access through the waist shot. Imagine sneaking in through an unmarked entrance. In other words, using the restroom in the Middle Ages was a sign of shame for everyone, from peasants to barons. It's always repulsive, it's in the open, it's chilly, and it may be deadly. You will find yourself face first in the remains of humanity the moment you step onto a damp stone road. Plus, you haven't washed your teeth yet, but we will address that matter later on. The toilet was not your downfall. You should be rewarded, aren't you? It may be a lovely breakfast, something cozy, tasty, and reassuring. My apologies. Imagine Europe in the Middle Ages. There is no solace to be found here. There is no such thing as a pleasant breakfast. Hey, Benedict, I don't see any eggs. There will be no sputtering coffee makers, and definitely no avocado toast. Sitting or crouching next to the fire, you examine a wooden bowl containing what appears to have been scraped from a dirty boot. Here you can find your daily serving of pottage, a thick and gooey stew. Pottage can be prepared using any ingredients at hand: root veggies, grains, and fingers crossed, beans. The components have been tossed into the pot and left to cook for days, if not weeks. It's more of a living culinary experiment than a strict recipe. On the side, a piece of bread so dense it could stop arrows in their tracks. Wheat is the stuff of the wealthy, so it is typically mixed with coarse grains like rye or barley flour, and then fortified with imaginative additions like sawdust or crushed acorns. Avoid this loaf at all costs. You can't cut it, you bargain with it. Any word on beverages? It's not oat milk latte or orange juice you're drinking. There's beer in your glass. Beer, indeed. I will be available. Why? Since parasites and other forms of dirt are abundant in the water. So you kick off your day with a low alcohol, high survivability weak brew. Even kids can drink it. While it may not be pleasant, at least it will not kill you instantly. Care for some cheese or meat. Continue to dream. If your Lord is feeling charitable, that is reserved for Sundays and saints' feast days. Rarely, if ever, does a peasant consume meat. Forget about spices unless you're royalty, and only eat fresh fruit when it's in season, not after it's been fermented into wine. Your monthly salary is higher than the price of a pinch of pepper. You savor the crunch of your grainy bread, down your medieval-style beer, and attempt to block out the thought of the rat that may have nibbled on your morning cereal, since salt is precious enough to warrant its seclusion. Eating breakfast will not give you energy. You merely experience it. Now that you've eaten enough to make you sick, you need to work like there's no tomorrow. All right, you've had your depressingly medieval meal. The next step is to get dressed, irrelevant as it is. There is just one item of clothing in your closet. First one. You've been living in this rough wool tunic or linen shift for what feels like an eternity. Seasonal clothing is a complete myth. Wear it till it falls apart or becomes infected with a fungal disease. Underwear not required. Perhaps a linen undergarment if fortune smiles on you. In any case, if you aren't, you'll have to go commando under layers of itchy, hot wool that someone painstakingly stitched together without knowing what a seam should look like. Additionally, you won't find a dry cleaner, a washing machine, or any soap. Your clothing has taken on the characteristics of a compost pile that has marinated in a pigsty. It is stiff, discolored, and smells like that. They are difficult to wash even if you intended to. If you wanted to wash your tunic, you'd have to either carry water from a nearby river or boil it in a pot. Then you'd have to lay it on a board covered in ashes or just lay in the sun for 3 days out of the year. Shoes, I will not even begin to mention them, and begin to. Wearing such shoes would be like walking about in a banana, raw leather, barely sewn together, and providing about as much arch support as a pair of sneakers. For the most part, peasants basically go barefoot across medieval landmines, rough rocks, puddles of illness, and muck. Everything points to one conclusion: my skin despises you. Your itching is continuous. Bedbugs, fleas, and lice all make their homes on human skin. You can't escape them. Aristocrats, slovenly monks, itch-ridden kids, strolling bug farms. Everyone is caught. While conversing with the local priest, you'll be using a wooden spoon to itch your armpit, and nobody will give it a second thought. After rubbing, your skin is raw, a battleground of bites on your scalp. Also, it's unfortunate if a rash develops. It's likely scabies, but there's no dermatologist, hydrocortisone, or one to tell you that. The pain just won't go away. It would be fantastic if you could avoid contracting an infection. Just like an unwelcome medieval sidekick, the rash will stick around for the following 6 months. It is time to go outside and begin tormenting yourself to death now that you are dressed in anguish and wrapped in discomfort. Show off that morning grin now that you're bundled up in wet wool and itchy clothes. No, you're wrong, because it's a risky game to smile in the Middle Ages. In terms of teeth, not emotionally, toothbrushes, toothpaste, mouthwash, and floss are all missing. Practicing good dental care is as common as taking a shower. Not very. Your teeth aren't doing so hot on their own, though some people find success by chewing on a twig or rinsing with vinegar or wine. Your smile will resemble a spectral creature by the time you reach your mid-20s. There are a lot of cavities. I have inflamed gums. Your teeth have stains. And they aren't only from food. A decaying state. You taste worse than a root vendor from the Middle Ages. Though it is still not widely available, sugar is quickly becoming a staple food for the well-to-do. Expensive and imported, mostly used for decorative purposes or in smaller cakes. Your Highness, I congratulate you. Teeth decay is accelerated for you compared to the peasants. Living off of mouldy bread, grittier porridge, and years of painful chewing is how the impoverished get by. Get accustomed to toothaches. In the background, they're like the weather in the Middle Ages, the kind of agony that makes you want to drink, pray, or use pliers to extract the teeth by yourself. That is serious business. The real treatment was that barber surgeons were more common than dentists. Yes. Without anesthetic, he uses an iron hook to remove your mers under the light of a candle. The same guy trims your hair. Dental infection, hoping you enjoy fevers. Because a toothache can quickly progress to sepsis if antibiotics are not administered. Yes, I understand. What brings you to the pharmacy now might have been the cause of your death in the 13th century. Furthermore, there is no improvement in the social sphere either. My best wishes and a kiss. Bad breath, or halitosis, is pervasive. No one looks past your grin if you're single. You are defined by the land you own and the animals you raise. To put it simply, your speech is a weapon, and the war is being lost. The pain in your teeth has subsided, so let's go outside, because you're only at the beginning of your actual taxing work. Going to work now. However, there is no office, desk, coffee break, or opportunity for advancement. Assuming you are similar to the majority of people, your task is straightforward. Don't sacrifice your life so that another person will feel better. You're just a commoner. You have my best congratulations. What this implies is that you tend to the land of a ruler who more often than not has forgotten your name. Your day begins as the sun rises and ends when it sets behind the trees. Everything you need, including a rusty sickle, a wooden hoe, and any remaining bones in your body. Do not expect a weekend. You can't punch out. All you get is 6 days of daylight from dawn till dusk. If you're not tending to a crop, warding off invaders, or desperately hoping that your diseased toe will stop turning black, then Sunday is off. It is a very hard job. Traditional methods of ploughing include human labor, or for the wealthy, the use of oxen. Your spine will start to look like an S after you shovel ditches, sow seeds, pick weeds, and carry water. Feeling exhausted? Nobody gives a hoot. Your mental health is being ignored. This may come as a surprise to women. You aren't only a field worker. Kids are also important to you. Keep the house in order, feed the animals, spin wool, clean, and act as if your husband's lice problem isn't creeping over to your side of the bed. Kids, they begin pitching in when they're about 5 years old. Nothing but a small wooden rake, a hope that I won't have the virus again, and a lack of resources, no school, no toys, nothing. Plus, it's awesome if you're not a farmer, but rather a blacksmith, tanner, or cooper. You're one of the few. In inadequately ventilated sheds, you continue to labor all day with fire, chemicals, or animal guts. Basically, the salary is for survival. The benefits, the infrequent bleeding, the broken bone, that's terrible. Feel the fever, quench it with some warm beer, and carry on. You must not pause, not even for a single day, because subsistence is impossible without labor, and if you're not hungry, there's a remedy from medieval Europe. Being replaced is what it's called. So you hold on to your shovel, try to ignore the blisters, and keep digging. Having a job doesn't mean you're building a career in the Middle Ages. It's a test of stamina in slow motion. After you've gotten your back hurt from all that field work, let's discuss the weather. Why? Because in the Middle Ages, the sky was more of a constant punisher than a factor in determining temperature. First, let's go over winter. There is no weathering, central heating, or insulation. What you see are only wooden barriers with holes large enough to fit a chicken through. Instead of glass, you have cloth covering your windows. The hearth fire is lovely in principle, but there isn't enough wood to keep it running due to high prices and, in some cases, illegal forest harvesting. The answer is yes, it is possible to be beheaded just for choosing the wrong stick in the forest. Even after huddling close to the fading flames and donning your sole wet wool tunic, you awake to find that your nose is still cold. Your feet are always chilly and frequently wet, feeling like little popsicles from the Middle Ages. Your fingers are painfully rigid. Diagnoses of frostbite are not made. That's simply unfortunate luck. Let us now go on to summer. Feels more satisfactory, doesn't it? Totally incorrect. During the summer, your house becomes a veritable clay oven. There is zero deodorant, zero cross breeze, and zero fan. Though you're perspiring profusely, you're unable to shed your garments for fear of ridicule, sunburn, insect bites, and social disapproval. The flies are out in full force, drawn to your undressed body and the lingering aroma of last week's rotting goat stew in the corner. Mosquitoes swoop about your head as you slept, so long as you're not too bothered by the sound of your neighbors squawking and the cries of their infants, that is. The sun dries you out on the fields. Avoid the sun and wear a hat, unless you're a crafty scarecrow made entirely of straw. Even worse, you're still obligated to work. Heat stroke is simply characterized by a decline in health. Either you're worrying that your toes won't survive the spring while shivering in your own Havel, or you're chafing your thighs to death and sweating through your one pair of socks. The itchy clothes, bad food, and waiting for your next job are the one constant in life, regardless of the season. Introducing medieval-style climate control. Absolutely not. Need a drink? Require a little TLC? Would you like to be roused from this fever dream of a life by a splash of water on the face? My bad. During the Middle Ages, water was not on your side. It's attempting to kill you in silence. For starters, let's have a drink. Like a scene from a fantastic film, the neighboring stream is clean, bubbling, and young. Warning, I will reveal the ending. A chamber pot was recently poured into it upstream. On the other hand, it's likely that a corpse of a pig is rotting away in it. In every sip, you could find a parasite, bacterium, or other microbe from medieval Europe. Beer was consumed for that reason. Beer, yes, even kids. It was tiny beer, low in alcohol, but high in survival. So don't picture medieval kids doing keg stands just yet. It was safer than the water that flowed through the town ditch, since it had been cooked in the brewing process. If you were well off enough to drink wine and didn't care about getting some work done before noon, there was another choice. How about taking a bath? There must have been water used for cleaning. Yes, in principle. Definitely not in real life. You see, back then, the general public thought that taking a bath really let sickness in via the pores. Yes, I understand. There was a belief that self-washing posed a health danger. Apparently, you could stay clean as long as you didn't wipe off the grime that had settled into your skin. Though they did exist, communal bathhouse swiftly became known as hotspots for medieval extracurricular activities, controversy, and rumor. Thus, it was only natural for the church to step in and prohibit many. It was a major event regardless of whether you wanted to take a bath or not. The process would involve collecting water from the well, heating it over an open flame, filling a leaky wooden tub, and then crossing your fingers that no one else in the house used it either before or after you. Furthermore, the precipitation was stored in unlined barrels that fostered the growth of moss, insects, and bird droppings. Does it not sound invigorating? Thus, water in the Middle Ages is more of a gamble than a source of life, whether it is consumed or applied to the body or crops. The last days of your life will be spent in a straw bed, clenching your stomach and thinking about all the decisions you've ever made, all because you took one wrong swallow. Raise a glass to our forefathers the next time you drink water from the faucet. You drank the water because they couldn't afford the luxury of risk-free hydration. Perhaps you didn't, though. Perhaps disappointment is like a pebble that you stepped on, so you're not feeling well. Seek assistance, seek medical attention. Your medical training is little more than a theological veneer. It's a shame you reside in the Middle Ages. The diagnosis should be the first step. A disruption in the equilibrium of your humours is the root cause of all your ill health, be it a persistent cough, rash, fractured bone, or the dreaded plague. The four humours were verdant phlegm, yellow bile, black bile and blood. Maintaining a healthy equilibrium between them, like an internal soup, is essential to your well-being, according to medieval science. Caught a cold, is it too much blood? So, what's the deal? Performing blood transfusions, yes, I understand. Let's use a dull blade or a hungry leech to drain your life power into a basin. Indeed, barbers frequently perform this task. Getting your hemoglobin extracted and your hair trimmed all in the same appointment sounds amazing. Got it both ways, my darling. Feeling down or worried? That's obviously too much bile. What is the remedy? Disposable stool softeners. As people begin to carve your coffin, you may choose to pray, have a cold compress applied, or undergo a warm herbal purging. Things get dicey when you sustain serious injuries, like a broken bone or a terrible cut. Unless you consider fainting due to pain to be anesthesia, there is none. The surgeons still use dirty blades from the Crusades when operating on patients. The purpose of heating tools over fire is not sterilization, but rather to make them appear more menacing. Some centuries have passed since antibiotics were first developed. There has been no invention of germ theory as of yet. Disease, they believe, is a result of breathing polluted air or God's wrath over your immorality. Is your stomach hurting? Those were probably your wicked ideas. I hope you enjoy admitting guilt while you're sick. A priest will be there at your bedside to administer final rites in the event that your health worsens, and additional leeches and crushed beetles may be administered. They are now getting ready for the remedy that is death. Plus, if you miraculously get well, everyone will think God felt sorry for you. Even the leech receives a promotion while the doctor gets all the glory. So it's safe to say that the focus of medieval medicine was less on curing illness and more on avoiding illness altogether. Eating is finally in the cards after a day of toiling with leeches, lice, and work. With a growling tummy, you shamble back to your bell, prepared for the one comforting thing left in this world: a hot dinner. Unfortunate news. The food you're eating is likely plotting your demise. We'll start with the most fundamentals. Actually, there is no way to preserve food. Aside from salt and smoke, the only refrigeration options are the hope that the cold winter air will keep food fresh. If you're fortunate enough to have any meat at all, it has been hanging for days, coated in flies, marinated in brine that many would doubt, and maybe even shared with rats. The medieval diet revolves around bread, yet not even that is risk-free. Desperate peasants will add bark, sawdust, or clay to make it stretchier during years with poor harvests. Plus, there's an extra perk during rye season. Convulsions, hallucinations, and even death can be caused by the ergot fungus. Taking this bread would be like taking tetanus and LSD in one. When they are in season, vegetables. Plus, do you know what's never out of style? The turnip vegetable. Countless turnips. Whether mashed, boiled, or suspended in a pottage. This, as you may recall from Chapter 3, is essentially a steaming pit of unknown components that has been simmering since the funeral of your great-grandfather. In the fall, you might find some fruit, but it spoils fast. Sugar, on the other hand, is uncommon, expensive, and possessed by the wealthy to flaunt their gnawed teeth. Dairy is an additional risk. Instantly spoiling is fresh milk. While butter and cheese do better, they are also quite bacterial. People still eat them because, let's be honest, chewing bootle leather is an option. Next, we'll go over seasoning. Pepper, cinnamon, and nutmeg are some of the spices, valuable beyond that of gold. Onions, salt, and, if they're lucky, pain are the taste ingredients that the typical peasant uses. For the most part, food tastes like soggy burlap with a dash of melancholy. Although food poses more than simply health risks. You may say it's political. No one has any right to own game animals but the Lord. The penalties for poaching rabbits range from fines and jail time to the death penalty. Yes, I understand. Your supper might lead to your execution. So keep in mind that every bite is risky as you enjoy your grey stew under the ethereal light of the fire. Still you consume food, the reason being that food in the Middle Ages was not nutritious. It challenges you. Now it's getting dark. You have laboured and endured, and you have scarcely finished your dubious stew. Just because the day is coming to a close doesn't mean you can relax. God is keeping tabs on you. Not only that, your neighbour Agnes will tell everyone if you skip church, but the priest is as well. Religion is more than just a way of life in medieval Europe. Living is it. The church has complete power over your life from birth to death, including your calendar, laws, education, literacy, marriage, and every event in between. Imagine it as the spiritual landowner of your soul. Additionally, your rent is consistently late. The daily routine revolves around the sound of prayer bells. Every dawn, noon, and night, the bell of the town church chimes, not because it's necessary to remind people, but because it's sinful to miss a prayer. Put the bow aside. Sin on Fridays, go for meat. Sin, consider the wife of your neighbour in that singular dream. It is a grave transgression. Hell is a genuine place indeed, truly authentic. The priests paint a magnificent picture of it. Hell with pitchfork-wielding devils, raging rivers of blood and never-ending howling. Everlasting damnation is sure to terrify anyone who isn't frightened by the disease. Due to its Latin text, the Bible is inaccessible to the general public. Only monks, clergy, and that one virtuous child who is too good to dirt can read it. The church is your go-to source for interpretation. So, if the priest tells you that you didn't pray enough and your harvest fails, it's time to get down on one knee. 1/10 of your possessions is required as a tithe. Growing wheat means sharing it. Eggs are a byproduct of keeping chickens as pets. Well done if you're staring at a blank slate. You will never be financially successful and spiritually impoverished. Vacations are sacred days, plenty of them. They aren't for fun, but they do provide breaks from work. Consequently, you should go to church fast, admit your sins, and keep in mind that joy is a risky indulgence. Heretics are burned, witches are drowned, blasphemers are beaten, and doubters are swiftly converted, since questioning the church is perilous. You merely act in a manneristic manner. You sing, you genuflect, You hope that the priest approves of you so that your soul, after suffering through this filthy life, may finally settle in heaven. Because God might have shown mercy during the Middle Ages. However, I am not a fan of the church. Medieval peasant life was difficult enough without adding the added challenge of being a woman. Everything from filth to starvation to terror, along with giving birth, being submissive, and being socially invisible. Living as a woman in the Middle Ages was like being stuck in turbo with no way to turn off or reload. A girl's destiny is essentially predetermined from the moment she is born. Get hitched young, have a family, serve your husband till death do you part, etc. Academics, probably not. Learning to churn butter and mend a tunic is about the end of your intellectual growth. Unless you come from a noble family and are sent to a monastery. Early marriage occurs way before dawn. I'm not surprised if you're engaged at 12 and expecting a baby at 14. Love is irrelevant. Land, cattle, and alliances are the main points. We do not need your opinion. You become your husband's property the moment you tie the knot. No complaining is allowed while you manufacture heirs, feed everyone, and keep the house operating. Because if you moan and groan, people may start to see you as a witch or a nag. Depending on local style, that label can be accompanied by a free burning or drowning. Giving birth is like playing the lottery of mortality. Nothing is done with sterile instruments, anesthetic, or prenatal care. Despite the midwife's best efforts, even a small problem during childbirth might result in the mother's or child's death. In fact, some women make it through 10 pregnancies, even more perish. Rest certain your workload will grow once the baby is out. Here you are, supposed to nurse, cook, clean, and assist in the fields while dealing with a wailing baby in a hut infested with lice. Nobody ever gives you a break. Everyone else looks to you as a way out. People look askance at you if you're not married. Be cautious if you're a widow or widower. Being vocal can be risky. Whether it was a strong personality, herbal knowledge, or even just a funny expression on a gloomy Tuesday. Women who didn't fit the mold were frequently accused of witchcraft. There are limits to your influence even in the church. Clerics lived under a code of conduct. Your spiritual worth, your freedom of movement, and speaking without permission are all off limits, always placed lower than males. In a nutshell, medieval women were expected to bear children, be quiet, smile, and follow their male counterparts. For some reason, women were still expected to bear their agony with dignity, even though it was a period of widespread misery. You may have faced a goat, squalor, societal injustice, and starvation thus far. But then, out of nowhere, violence strikes, ruining an already terrible day. Oftentimes quite decent by medieval standards, but loud and bloody nonetheless. There was no peace during the Middle Ages, that much is certain. Keeping the peace typically entailed crossing one's fingers that the local lord wasn't in a foul mood. You can't escape violence. Crime is rampant, punishment is severe, and justice is more of a show than a safeguard in many settings, including homes, streets, battlefields, churches, and even the communal bread oven. If you steal a loaf of bread, you run the risk of losing a hand, being accused of lying, having your tongue pierced, and meeting the scold's bridle, all while wearing a metal mask and having a bar in your mouth for gossiping too much, without question, to rectify. For example, suppose you are facing grave accusations, theft, heresy, and witchcraft together. If you are innocent, how can you prove it? Naturally, by enduring torment. Embrace the anguish of trial by fire. To get a stone in one variant, you dip your palm into boiling water. So long as it recovers completely within 3 days, you're clear. Should that not be the case, you are held responsible. As an additional choice, you could be thrown into a river. If you go down, you're probably dead and innocent. Floating makes you guilty and will result in punishment whatever. It's like being on a medieval game show, only this time the host is out to get you and the prize is survival. It is a public occasion when someone is sentenced to death. It is common practice to execute people by hanging, beheading, or burning them in front of a cheering crowd. People occasionally bring food. Think of it as cable TV in medieval times. No big deal when it comes to domestic violence. It was normal and even expected for husbands to reprimand their families. Fights on the street are widespread. If you look the wrong way at a nobleman's horse, you may be whipped. Conflict is ever brewing. Clash of clans, wars over territory, and crusades for religious purity. For reasons of pride, religion, or sheer boredom, someone is constantly leading an army of traitors to slaughter another. The Middle Ages were not a time of widespread violence. Society is it, life is precarious, justice is subjective, and your neighbor has the potential to slam you over a pig. These realities are always present in everyone's consciousness. And therefore be wary of anyone brandishing a club, walk slowly, and maintain a low profile. You have survived the infestation of lice and leeches, the agony of doing laundry without success, and the impending humiliation in front of your peers. The last chapter of most medieval life, however, is a brief and unremarkable death. By the time you reach the age of 40, you're essentially a famous person. To be called the Old One is less of a moniker and more of a statistical wonder, but it's still possible. Let's dissect it. Infant mortality significantly lowers the average life expectancy, which is roughly 30 to 40 years. Almost 50% of all children did not survive to be 5 years old. It only needed one harsh winter, a disease, or starvation to do it. With no antibiotics or immunizations, there is no hope. Adulthood was a drain on you, even if you made it through childhood. Your joints started to creak like a monastery door by the time you were 25 years old, but work started as soon as you could walk upright. Optimism, along with a few teeth and a finger, can be missing from your life. Childbirth was an especially dangerous ordeal for women. It was a major killer of women in the Middle Ages. As you bled out on a straw-filled cot, all you had was prayer, hot water, and someone holding your hand. No pain medication, no medical assistance whatsoever. The threats that men faced were distinct from women's, but just as constant. Mishaps on the farm, infections from little wounds, an enraged neighbor, and a crusade gone wrong. If you happened to run into a bored bandit or an irate tax collector on your way to the market, even a stroll could turn dangerous. The pandemic, which transformed towns into graves in an instant, also made death possible in a more subtle way. Or because of starvation, which might wipe out whole towns in a single season. Alternatively, it could be the result of ill luck, such as ingestion of tainted grain leading to final hours of hallucinations and wailing at walls. Additionally, receiving a funeral was considered a blessing. Quick burials were common in order to prevent the spread of sickness. A hole, some whispered prayers, and a small mound of dirt. No embalming, no gleaming caskets. If the graveyard has sufficient room. The life of a medieval person was harsh, brief, and threatened at all times by death. You remained employed. Your presence has suddenly faded. We can go on to your last chapter, now that we've discussed exits, death to the medieval ideal. Hello there. How has today gone for you? You have endured a great deal, waking up in a state of filth, defecating into a bucket, brushing your teeth with hope, almost passing out from starvation, working till your back ached, enduring itchy wool, praying not to acquire plague, and just escaping a public execution due to owning a squirrel. To one day in medieval Europe, welcome. Are you still hoping to one day become a knight? Have a second look. That idealized depiction of medieval Europe. Heroes wielding swords, aristocratic women in towers, epic fights and candlelit banquets. Fairy tales and works of fiction have polished this myth. In all honesty, life in the Middle Ages was harsh, unforgiving, and incredibly unjust. Everything was based on hierarchy. Your socioeconomic status was determined at birth. I applaud you if you were born into wealth. Your chances of survival were higher, but you were on the verge of dissension and an early grave if that soup had been terrible. Tragedies befell even the nobility. Fleas, smoke, and politically motivated marriages filled the drafty stone refrigerators that were castles. A fur robe and a wine goblet were nice, but so was the 50% probability that you would die in a fight or from a splinter. Not precisely a bygone era of opulence, but neither were the simpler times. They wouldn't let up. Time was needed for everything, but everything was more painful. There were repercussions for every action, from chewing gum to giving birth. Life was about surviving, not relaxing. Even better if you were able to get some peace and quiet to plan for the future. Not much could be done with it. Streamlined healthcare, access to the internet, and Google all come to a halt. What is this strange rash? Within a 10-mile radius of your birthplace, you experience life, hardship, labor, and death. Now we get to the most outrageous portion. People continued to find joy, purpose, and laughter in the midst of it all. It wasn't because things were easy, it was just that people are stubborn. They created room for light, even in the darkest parts. This evening, while you relax in your warm, disinfected bed with running water, antimicrobials, and central heating, take a moment to quietly appreciate the modern world and your forefathers who bravely overcame obstacles like rodents, starvation, and feudalism so that you may enjoy these comforts. Sophie was her name long before she became Catherine the Great, Empress of Russia, reformer, and symbol of ambition. In 1729, Sophie Federica Augusta von Anhalt came into this world. She belonged to a German royal family that was mostly unknown outside of her family. There wasn't much power in her modest dukedom of Pomerania. Yet, Sophie was the one responsible. There was something about her that no title could match. Quiet, insatiable desire for greatness, incisive intellect, and unquenchable charisma. She had a very regimented childhood. Johanna was not a kind mother figure, but rather a social climber whose obsession with status made her icy and calculated. As a Prussian officer, Sophie's father was less controlling and more distant. Sophie figured out how to balance being obedient with being crafty at a young age. She had a voracious appetite for reading, was fluent in several languages, and mastered the art of surveying a room before dropping a word. Acquired abilities that would prove important for surviving in a very harsh court in Europe. Russian Grand Duchess Peter's mother, Empress Elizabeth Petrona, went outside of Russia to find a bride. Peter was of German ancestry, and Empress Elizabeth thought a foreign spouse would be easier to rule because she would be more supple and appreciative. It was a fantastic match for Sophie. Her noble ancestry and Lutheran faith would be forcibly taken away from her. Together with an air of quiet dignity, Sophie was summoned to Russia when she was just 14 years old. Embracing delicate German garments and a diplomatic grin, she made her frigid 1744 arrival in St. Petersburg, the capital. She was moved forward like a chess piece by her mother. But Sophie was planning her own game. She became Catherine Ekaterina Alexa after converting to Orthodoxy in order to fit in with Russian society. People were there, and it was a life-changing ceremony. She wasn't merely switching faiths. There was no turning back now that she had burned the bridge behind her and entered an alien empire. Nobody could have foreseen the next move of that shy adolescent with the fur-trimmed cloak. Treachery, upheaval, enlightenment, and dominion. However, Sophie's role as a prostitute changed the moment she entered the Russian court. She immediately started making plans to become queen. The goal of Catherine's marriage to Grand Duke Peter was to ensure her position as a member of the Russian royal family. However, rather than a crown, it felt more like a prison from the get-go. Everything was more painful. There were repercussions for every action, from chewing gum to giving birth. Life was about surviving, not relaxing. Even better if you were able to get some peace and quiet to plan for the future. Not much could be done with it. Streamlined healthcare, access to the internet, and Google all come to a halt. What is this strange rash? Within a 10-mile radius of your birthplace, you experienced life, hardship, labor, and death. Now we get to the most outrageous portion. People continued to find joy, purpose, and laughter in the midst of it all. It wasn't because things were easy. It was just that people are stubborn. They created room for light, even in the darkest parts. This evening, while you relax in your warm, disinfected bed with running water, antimicrobials, and central heating, take a moment to quietly appreciate the modern world and your forefathers who bravely overcame obstacles like rodents, starvation, and feudalism so that you may enjoy these comforts. Sophie was her name long before she became Catherine the Great, Empress of Russia, reformer, and symbol of ambition. In 1729, Sophie Federica Augusta von Anhalt came into this world. She belonged to a German royal family that was mostly unknown outside of her family. There wasn't much power in her modest dukedom of Pomerania, yet Sophie was the one responsible. There was something about her that no title could match. Quiet, insatiable desire for greatness, incisive intellect, and unquenchable charisma. She had a very regimented childhood. Johanna was not a kind mother figure, but rather a social climber whose obsession with status made her icy and calculated. As a Prussian officer, Sophie's father was less controlling and more distant. Sophie figured out how to balance being obedient with being crafty at a young age. She had a voracious appetite for reading, was fluent in several languages, and mastered the art of surveying a room before dropping a word. Acquired abilities that would prove important for surviving in a very harsh court in Europe. Russian Grand Duchess Peter's mother, Empress Elizabeth Petrona, went outside of Russia to find a bride. Peter was of German ancestry, and Empress Elizabeth thought a foreign spouse would be easier to rule because she would be more supple and appreciative. It was a fantastic match for Sophie. Her noble ancestry and Lutheran faith would be forcibly taken away from her. Together with an air of quiet dignity, Sophie was summoned to Russia when she was just 14 years old. Embracing delicate German garments and a diplomatic grin, she made her frigid 1744 arrival in St. Petersburg, the capital. She was moved forward like a chess piece by her mother. But Sophie was planning her own game. She became Catherine Ekaterina Alexa after converting to Orthodoxy in order to fit in with Russian society. People were there, and it was a life-changing ceremony. She wasn't merely switching faiths. There was no turning back now that she had burned the bridge behind her and entered an alien empire. Nobody could have foreseen the next move of that shy adolescent with the fur-trimmed cloak. Treachery, upheaval, enlightenment, and dominion. However, Sophie's role as a prostitute changed the moment she entered the Russian court. She immediately started making plans to become queen. The goal of Catherine's marriage to Grand Duke Peter was to ensure her position as a member of the Russian royal family. However, rather than a crown, it felt more like a prison from the get-go. Russia, a strong, educated, and rational nation, was her goal, and she was working toward it even as others regarded her as a youthful consort. However, an issue did arise. Catherine hung in the balance, a helpless wife to an unfit ruler, for as long as Peter lived. She did nothing but wait, watch, and plot. Her intuition told her that the Russian monarchy could not be passed down through the generations. A decision would need to be made. Catherine spotted her opportunity in 1762, after over 20 years of patiently waiting, observing, and stealthily navigating, and she grabbed it with stunning accuracy. After the death of Empress Elizabeth, Peter, now Peter III, was officially Tsar. However, his rule started to fall apart almost immediately. Peter alienated the church, insulted the nobility, mocked the army, and showered praise on Prussia, Russia's traditional enemy, in the span of a few months. In addition to publicly discussing his intention to divorce Catherine and marry his mistress, he also humiliated the clergy and rolled back important policies. The court, which was already on edge due to his unpredictable behavior, became icy. Grumbling in the halls of the army were the generals who were faithful to Catherine. Every Russian, no matter how religious or patriotic, considered Peter as an outsider who despised their culture and customs. While observing the events develop, Catherine took action. Catherine initiated a non-violent coup d'etat early July of that year, while Peter was absent at his vacation palace. With the backing of prominent military figures, including her lover Gregory Olaf and his powerful brothers, she rode through St. Petersburg dressed as the Empress Catherine II, was proclaimed so, and gained the loyalty of the formidable imperial guard. Peter was taken unawares and without any supporters, capitulated in a few days. His death, which occurred under strange circumstances, followed his apprehension and subsequent arrest. A hemorrhoidal colic was the official diagnosis. Murder was the unofficial verdict. Empress Catherine had been created, neither by blood nor by matrimony, but by stubbornness, cunning, and boldness alone. It had never happened before. Without fighting a single battle, a lady born outside of Russia who had no right to be queen had seized power. However, she was only just starting to face her true test. That daring grasp for power had to become a legacy for her. Is Russia going to welcome her? Would the aristocracy honor her? Did she have what it took to keep the empire together and avoid death, like her husband? The power that Catherine had acquired via intrigue could just as easily be snatched away. The role of ruler required her to be more of a visionary than a schemer. Her metamorphosis from meticulous conspirator to reforming empress commenced at that moment. Someone who would reimagine the role of women in leadership, redraw borders, and embrace Enlightenment values. Catherine could have sunk into a state of complacency once she obtained the throne. Nevertheless, such was not the case with her. More than just sitting on a throne, she had grand plans. She aspired to revolutionize Russia, not merely politically or militarily, but also intellectually. Catherine looked up to Voltaire, Diderot, and the daring Enlightenment intellectuals, whereas Peter adored Frederick the Great and toy soldiers. Advancement, education, and the monarch's responsibility as a servant of the people. Philosophy from the Enlightenment wasn't the only thing Catherine read. It was her life. For over 15 years, she defended her dictatorship in letters to Voltaire, in which she praised him. She bought out Dado's library and invited him to her court so he could stay financially stable. She modernized the empire behind closed doors by poring over legal texts, debating reforms and crafting policies. Attempts to codify Russian law were commonplace during her early rule. As part of her lofty plan to revise Russia's entire legal code, she established the Legislative Commission in 1767. A political manifesto masquerading as Catherine's nacases addressed issues such as torture's perils, the importance of equitable treatment under the law, and the duty of rulers to promote the general good. It was revolutionary for a Russian empress in the 18th century. Russia, a huge, medieval, extremely traditional state, governed by nobility who liked their serfs just so, beneath them, was an obstacle that Enlightenment principles had to overcome. This was something that Catherine was aware of. She was cautious even as she pushed for change. She established libraries and schools, decriminalized various types of torture, and increased enrollment in secular education. However, in order to maintain their loyalty, she also emphasized that the nobility had power over their serfs. Catherine delicately balanced these two things. In public, she is a philosopher queen, but behind closed doors, she is an empress. As she navigated the glittering Parisian salons and the grittier Moscow politics, she walked a fine line between ideology and survival. She had a daring yet methodical plan for Russia. There were several ways in which Catherine had little interest in Europeanizing Russia. Russia was to be modernized according to her specifications. That meant reform, but it was done with a gentle touch, not a slap in the face. Restructuring Russia from the inside wasn't enough for Catherine. She envisioned it as an empire that could inspire dread, awe, and jealousy as it expanded beyond its current borders. In the same spot where Peter the Great had carved out a window leading westward, Catherine planned to topple the walls. The borders of Russia expanded at an unprecedented rate during her administration. She fought for more than simply her crown. She wanted to change the course of European history. Fighting the Ottoman Empire was a major campaign of hers. Wars broke out in waves in the 1760s and 1770s, and they were over more than simply land. Influence was at the heart of them. As the legitimate defender of Eastern Europe, Catherine also considered herself the savior of Orthodox Christians enslaved by Muslims, Russia gained control of strategic territories, including as Crimea and the northern Black Sea coast, as well as access to warm water ports, a commodity that the Russian Tsars had sought for many years during the leadership of generals like Alexander Suvorov and Gregory Pimpkin. The significance of these triumphs extended beyond their military significance. Catherine spoke with her subjects after each conquest. It was no longer true that Russia was Europe's faraway primitive relative. It was an army from the continent. Her eyes shifted to the west as well. Through a web of diplomatic intrigues and negotiations, Catherine was complicit in the Polish partitions that Austria and Prussia used to divide the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which was already in a precarious position. By the time the Third Partition concluded in 1795, Russia had acquired enormous new territories and millions of new people, erasing Poland off the map. It wasn't simply armies that Catherine used to conquer. Thoughts were also her colonizer. Urban areas were expanded, new routes for trade were opened up. Russian farmers extended an invitation to German newcomers. The empire expanded from the frigid Baltic to the sunny Black Sea coasts, becoming a mosaic in the process. As she read reports, issued commands, and personally oversaw the expansion of her empire, Catherine remained the prominent figure throughout. Her detractors would say she is imperialistic and power-hungry. To Catherine, however, growth did not constitute ambition. It has to have been. She thought that boundaries, not ideas, were the true test of a great ruler. She aspired to do more than simply govern Russia. She had grand plans to transform it into an advanced empire that would be revered by its contemporaries, distrusted by its adversaries, and devoted solely to her. Despite her greatness and authority, Catherine the Great was equally renowned for the activities that transpired within the royal walls. The answer is no, not all of it came out of library whispers. A major topic of discussion throughout Catherine's reign was her personal life. She had a slew of lovers, not just one or two, but a deliberately selected procession of men and women, many decades younger than her, frequently attractive, and occasionally politically powerful. Her actions betrayed her. When they were good, she would often give them pensions, estates, and titles. If they didn't, they were snubbed tactfully, occasionally followed by a gracious appreciation and a promotion. Gregory Pumpkin, a guy of great brains and daring, was one of these lovers. Love, politics, and partnership all become entangled in their connection. It has been suggested by certain historians that they might have secretly tied the knot. They worked hand in hand to alter southern Russia and influence colonization efforts and military wars. The PM Pekin was more than a romantic interest. He had several roles as her co-ruler. Regardless, the issue remained a focal point for Europe. Rumors circulated. Her portrayal in the satirical pamphlets was that of a wild, lusty, and possibly insane woman. The speculation persisted even after her passing. The most notorious is the abominable and entirely untrue story about a horse that her detractors circulated in an effort to discredit her reputation. In any case, why the fixation? No-brainer. It was no secret that Catherine was a fearless leader. There was a worldview that held that female rulers had to be tragic characters or perfect virgins, but she was not going to fit either of those molds. She was risky because she loved, lived, and ruled according to her own rules. Catherine, despite what her detractors said about her morality, had profound intellectual thoughts about love and sexuality. She thought that having fun was inevitable, and that private connections shouldn't compromise civic duty. Unlike most male monarchs, she was able to keep her emotions apart from her leadership. Her liaisons were frequently strategic, in fact. She surrounded herself with trustworthy persons who could help her politically and were also competent. And when they stopped being, she would cheerfully bid them farewell, offering them a generous retirement. Nothing in Catherine's romantic life undermined her authority. She planned it that way. Unforgettable, enviable, and terrifying all at once, her power and desire were a perfect match. The dangers of Catherine's reign were real, despite her magnetic personality and commanding presence. And in 1773, that danger materialized as Ilon Pugachev, a bearded Cossack. A typical rebel, he was not. Pugachev asserted his identity as none other than Peter III, the late spouse of Catherine. His story went something like this. He had weathered the coup and was back to oust the German usurper and restore his rightful place at the top. It made no sense. Long had Peter departed. It was irrelevant whether the assertion was true or not to Russia's downtrodden working class. It was sufficient to provide optimism. The common people would be granted land, reduced taxes, freedom from serfdom, and other promises made by Pugachev. Particularly among the peasants of Ksak and the ancient believers, his words kindled a fire over the whole river region. At an era when the disparity between the nobility and the commoners had grown exponentially, his assurances seemed like a lifeline. There had never been a peasant revolt in Russia like the Pugachev rebellion. Cities were conquered, strongholds were destroyed, and aristocrats were butchered. It appeared for a horrifying second that the empire may break apart. Catherine felt a tremor. No amount of diplomacy or cavalry would have helped her win this foreign war. Her own people rose up in rebellion against the regime. It was all her doing. Catherine, however, remained calm. On stage, she performed. She brutally crushed the uprising by sending expert military forces. In 1774, the army under Pugachev was routed. In Moscow, he was beheaded after being captured and put on display in an iron cage, serving as a public warning to anybody who dared to follow. Following this, Catherine tightened her grip on authority. A sense of quietness settled over her aspirations of freeing the serfs. She had seen firsthand during the uprising how far a country still bound by feudalism could go in its pursuit of enlightenment. She put more pressure on the aristocracy, who promised allegiance in return for complete authority over their domains. A watershed moment had occurred. After quoting Voltaire, the Empress now valued stability more than philosophy. Reform grew wary, greater vigilance was observed. Even in its earlier stages, rebellion was to be crushed. Even though Pugachev was completely insane, he did leave a warning that continued to trouble Catherine. That unequal power structure could only withstand the onslaught for a limited time before collapse. Catherine the Great had been the longest-serving ruler of Russia for a woman, more than 30 years, as she entered her twilight years. Ever since she took control, she had gone against the grain, transformed her realm, and rethought the roles of women and monarchs. Russia rose to the status of a genuine European superpower under Catherine's reign. Its area grew by more than 200,000 square miles, incorporating portions of Poland, Crimea, and the Black Sea coast. The wins weren't merely those of the military. Securing warm water ports and changing trade were strategic pivots. But maps weren't the only thing she left behind. There was also a cultural imprint that Catherine left. She interacted with the most brilliant Enlightenment thinkers, helped build the Hermitage Museum, and accumulated one of Europe's finest art collections. A hub of culture, art, and high aspirations for knowledge, her court flourished. Catherine established Russia as a cultural powerhouse in a continent that Westerners typically dismiss as culturally backward. She advocated for the publishing of books and established schools for girls as part of her efforts to modernize education. An unprecedented display of scientific courage for her day, she not only brought smallpox inoculation to Russia, but also publicly received the vaccine herself. On the other hand, her rule was characterized by paradoxes. The ideas of the Enlightenment were admirable, but she never managed to set the serfs free. The truth is that she peered farther into Russian territory. While admirable, her reforms were primarily top-down and served to restore the empire's veneer rather than alter its underlying structure. But ambition and stability were gifts from Catherine's reign. She knew that authority did not come from family. All the while, it was supervised, constructed, and protected. She was not a divine rightful ruler, but her authority was based on sheer will, political genius, and cold calculation. She went by many names: seductress, reformer, despot, and user. However, her effectiveness was paramount. By the time she passed away in 1796, Russia had become larger, wealthier, and more powerful than it had in ages. A firmly established monarchy, a flourishing empire, and a mythology that would last for generations were her legacies. Catherine did more than simply rule. She had a firm grasp on history, controlled with strategy, and was intellectually formidable. And with that, she transcended the role of an empress. Myths arose around her. Despite her immense authority, vast empire, and lasting impact, Catherine the Great remained fundamentally a woman navigating a male-dominated society and molding it according to her own vision. Standing behind the state decrees and imperial images was an individual who knew full well how fragile her position was. Her family is not Russian. A coup brought her to the throne. An empire that despised female rulers was her domain. This did not deter her. In fact, she flourished. Catherine was never one to be mere showpieces. She was a lifelong learner who read, wrote, and read some more. Her day was packed with activities: managing a courtroom full of competing factions, drafting official papers, reading reports, and dealing with foreign powers all took precious hours. Sitting on the throne wasn't enough for her. She was born into the role of stateswoman and used it to her advantage. Also, she was lonely in a lot of ways. Despite her entourage of artists, courtiers, and lovers, she confided in very few of them in her memoirs. She avoided governmental affairs and her son Paul, whom she distrusted since she thought he would become the man to ruin her achievements. Although her relationship with Gregory Pimpkin, with whom she had her deepest emotional engagement, eventually faded into friendship, the loss of her companion in 1791 was a devastating blow. Catherine painstakingly sculpted her persona. Unlike other monarchs of her time, she had a firm grasp on the persuasive power of story. The enlightened ruler, warrior, empress, and art lover pretended to be Russia's mother. But underlying all that, she was a strong-willed lady who had persevered through scandal, betrayal, rejection, and disobedience. She left behind a changed empire and many unanswered problems when she passed away in 1796. What more could she have done to put an end to serfdom? Did politics undermine her Enlightenment principles? Would you call her a reformer or a ruler? She will always be remembered by the name she never bestowed upon herself, the Great, by history. It had nothing to do with her being perfect, generous, or fair. It was due to the fact that she seized power and used it independently during an era when women were expected to refrain from doing so. She was more than just a crown wearer. She rethought the meaning of deserving one. Ruins of Palenque, a Maya city in Mexico's southern Chiapas jungle, tell tales of a bygone era. Overlooking the canopy, majestic structures soar to great height, their weathered limestone facades concealing countless mysteries. And in 1994, one of those mysteries came to light. The Pyramid of Temple 3, which is less impressive than the more renowned Temple of the Inscriptions, where the great King PL was laid to rest, was being surveyed by a group of Mexican archaeologists headed by Fanny Lopez Jimenez. Prior to their discovery of anything strange, they did not anticipate Temple of the Throne to contain much. Concealed within the building is a room with a lock and key. Nobody had staked a claim to it, flawlessly clean. A stone coffin lay in repose when the archaeologists finally gained access and lowered themselves within. The centuries' worth of weight was palpable in the air. Scarlet dust, a beautiful and stunning scarlet, ascended like smoke when they lifted the lid. Powdered cinnabar, a poisonous mercury sulfide, was employed ceremoniously by the Mir and blanketed the interior. The woman's skeleton lay inside that red cloud. She had been laid to rest with the utmost respect. Surrounding her body were funerary offerings made of jade and shell, including necklaces, diadems, ear spools, and brittle but undamaged bones. Her head still had a jade mask on it. There was an air of absolute monarchy about the funeral, yet not a single name was engraved. She was not recognized by any of the ancient symbols. As far as Mesoamerican female burials go, this one was among the wealthiest. Still, the whole thing was a mystery. The red powder encased her. Why was that? What was her identity? Did she hold the title of queen, priestess, or perhaps Pal's wife? The moniker Red Queen persisted with the researchers. However, not even cutting-edge forensic science could definitively identify her. All they knew was that she had lived during Palenque's golden age, sometime about the 7th century. Hers had been deliberately buried, unspoiled, and separated from the rest of the Maya tombs. Her funeral was more than a formality. It was profoundly holy. No amount of words can do justice to this woman. Her legacy was to live on in observances of ceremony, the use of color, and the air of mystery she emitted. It wasn't the jade jewels or the dead silence of the tomb's enclosed chamber that were the most eerie aspects. Red dust was what it was. Cinnabar powder was thickly spread over the surface. Everything from the coffin to the walls to her skeleton to the offerings placed around her. Like blood clinging to stone, it clung. There was no chance for the mayor. Crushed mercury sulfide or cinnabar was both a holy and lethal substance in ancient times. Red was more than simply a pretty color. It was a powerful statement. It was a representation of the life energy that bridged the spiritual and material worlds, as well as blood and rebirth. The color red was highly revered. It was the hue associated with new beginnings, sacrifice, and life after death. More than that, it was symbolic. It was profoundly holy. As a ceremony covering the deceased with cinnabar was believed to change their body, preparing it for transition rather than eternity. For Maya people, death was just the beginning. It was a gateway, an entrance into another dimension of the cosmos. So the Red Queen, or whomever she was being readied for more than just burial. She was being deified. There is, however, an additional level to this. Cinnabar is poisonous. The effects of mercury poisoning, including tremors, hallucinations, and death, can worsen with repeated exposure. Though they may not have grasped the chemistry, the myrrh could sense its power. Dangerous, powerful, and prone to volatility. Using it to bathe the body was a way to show that this was no average human being. Cemeteries that used cinnabar were uncommon in Palenque. The site's dominating pyramid belonged to Pal the Great, a powerful ruler. The red powder covered his body just as it had hers. Even that little information sparked conjecture. Was the Crimson Queen his mother, wife, or some other divine being? Another sacred emblem, her skull was laid on top of jaguar skin. The presence of bone needles, obsidian knives, and little jade figurines around her suggested ceremonies that were carried out either in her honor, while she was alive, or after she passed away. Without using a word, her funeral was a narrative in and of itself. A tale of unmasking the secrets of power. Drenched in the hue of sacrifice, a woman readied herself to cross into the underworld, not in silence, but with ritual. A realm of stillness encircled the blood-stained corpse of the Red Queen, with the soul sound of jade, shell, and obsidian piercing the stillness. These were more than just decorations. They were sacrifices, each one selected with great care to take her to the Xibalba, the Maya afterlife. Heavy and chilly, the polished surfaces of the jade necklaces at her sides still radiated light after having been submerged for 3 centuries. Jade sparkled with more than skin deep. Preciousness surrounded it. It represented everlasting life to the Maya. The verdant maze, the vivacious jungle, and the divine breath were all symbolized by it. Burials using jade were reserved for the nobility. It encased the Red Queen's ears, wrists, and breast. She clearly had sway in her life, maybe even favor with the gods. The fragile jade-green mask that she wore over her face was eerily beautiful. This one, in contrast to the ornate golden death masks of Egypt, was delicate, made of dozens of little mosaic tiles laid down to resemble her skull's curves. The ceremonial mask's threefold purpose was to conceal her identity, shield her spirit, and elevate her status in the sight of the gods. Objects made of shell, obsidian knives, and bone needles were found scattered about her skeleton. She may have used them as ritual implements or as emblems of her office as a healer, priestess, or matriarch of the royal family. There was a faint but intentional engraving on one bone pin, almost gone now, but still a faint echo of her voice. Pottery jars, their lids intact, lay at her feet and dotted the perimeter of the mausoleum. These had probably held sacrifices in the past. Things to keep her soul alive after death, such as food, wine, or incense. Death, in the eyes of the mayor, was just the beginning of a perilous and complex journey. Those weren't frills. You couldn't do without them. In an effort to bring it up to date, the tomb is cozy, not cluttered, and purposeful. There was a lack of ostentation, chariots, and wealth, but there were spiritually significant objects. It was like a soul map. These artifacts provide light on the mayor's view of death as a transfer of authority rather than a finality. There was a purpose behind the Red Queen's burial. She was getting ready to go up. Despite the majesty of her mausoleum, the Red Queen left behind a spooky hole. Her sarcophagus included no inscriptions and no name. The inscriptions on the walls did not reveal her identity. It was obvious that she was a powerful figure. But whose fault is it? Experts have been attempting to draw conclusions ever since her grave was unearthed. The most convincing argument is that the Red Queen was actually Zakbuar, who was married to Palank's most renowned monarch, Kinich Janab Pal, also known as Pal the Great today. There was more to Zakbu Aha than being Pal's mistress. She entered the royal family of Palank at an early age and was born into nobility. During her husband's reign, she was influential in ceremonial affairs, and she bore 3 sons, all of whom achieved great prestige. She was the only one who could have merited such a burial. The burial site's proximity to Pal's own magnificent tomb in Temple of the Inscriptions provided more evidence in favor of this theory. The close quarters imply an intentional pairing, a husband and wife who continue to govern after death. Next, we have the cinnabar. Cinnabar was found in such high concentrations in just 2 Palank graves, Pal and the Queen of Red. And this was probably not a coincidence. However, things get more murky from here on out. Both sets of remains were subjected to DNA testing in an effort to corroborate the link. However, the findings are imprecise. There was no evidence of a maternal relationship to Pal in the woman's bones. A marital connection, however, remained unaffected. Marriage does not necessitate a shared ancestry after all. There are those who think she might be Sakuk, Pal's strong mother who governed Palank before her son was born. Opinions vary as to whether she was a sister, a high priestess, or an ancestor of the royal family whose name has faded into oblivion. The facts, however, seem to favor Taku Ao, a spiritual heir to Pal, a mother of monarchs, and a queen by title. It might not be a mistake that no name is provided. Someone may have intended it that way. Symbolism, ceremony, and the earth's hushed murmurs were the means by which the Maya believed the soul might survive the physical world. Thus, the Red Queen floats between myth and reality. The memory of a powerful woman is not etched in stone, but in silence and scarlet. We need to know where the Red Queen sprang from if we want to comprehend her. In this alternate reality, Maya women, particularly those in royal positions, had far more power than is commonly believed. Family ties played a significant role in Maya politics. Women of the royal family were more than just a role model. Their roles included that of ambassadors, priestesses, and mediators. They were instrumental in preserving the legitimacy of the dynasty through their rituals, temple sponsorship, and other functions. Claim to the throne and coalition formation were facilitated by their bloodlines, which served as political capital. Consider Sakuk, who was Pal the Great's mother. She became Queen Regent herself when her son's throne became empty and remained in that role until he was of legal age. She had no role to play. She issued decrees and oversaw building projects as befits a ruler. In her absence, Pal's ascent might never have been possible. Moreover, she was not an exception. Inscriptions from various Maya sites, such as Yakilan, Nanjo, and Calakmul, depict women taking part in important rituals, negotiating diplomatic solutions, and even ruling directly. Stela and paintings frequently depicted them adorned with ornate headdresses and regalia, perhaps standing equal to or even above monarchs. Glyphs were engraved into their language. Their names lingered till they faded from memory. The Spanish conquistadors didn't find much evidence of this, as it had been centuries. Colonial eyes perceived indigenous women as helpless victims of a patriarchal society. Contrary to popular belief, archaeology reveals a world of nuanced gender roles in which power was not passed down but rather contested. The Red Queen takes on a different hue in this setting. She might not have been a formal ruler, but her burial, which was lavish and sacred, and her placement next to Pal indicate that she was an important cog in the royal wheel. There was more to her jade mask than meets the eye. A representation of one's individuality and the strength one possesses both while living and after death. Her lineage may have been the linchpin of Palanca's royal family. There was more to a queen than meets the eye in Mayan culture. She played an important role in rituals, served as a conduit between the gods and humans, and preserved holy heritage. Even though she goes by no name, the Red Queen was always heard. Buried alongside the Red Queen weren't merely valuables. Maya cosmology, ceremonial symbolism, and purposeful design were all interspersed throughout the structure where she was laid to rest. Nobody just laid her to rest in a tomb. For all time, it served as a portal. The third temple of Palanque, one of the lesser pyramids in the complex, was the site of her discovery. The fact that it is so close to the Temple of the Inscriptions, where Pal the Great is buried, says a lot though. These sacred buildings weren't constructed at whim. Temple of the Thai stands modestly in comparison to its grand neighbor, and its placement was sacrosanct, dictated by astrology, mythology, and dynastic lineage. What it conceals, though, is something much more personal. An impenetrable vault pristinely kept, untrashed by lutters. It was built into the very center of the temple, up a small and steep staircase that no one could reach. As if it were a sacred descent into the underworld, the descent into her tomb takes on a symbolic quality. Built entirely of cut stone and kept tightly sealed, for more than 1,130 years, the chamber is austere and unadorned. There are no murals or glyphs on the walls. Her narrative is not told by elaborate sculptures. Maybe that's on purpose, though. It was a place where the dead could change, not where the living could understand. Her limestone tomb rests like an altar in the middle. Next door, Pal's majestic stone casket reverberates with it. A more modest design characterizes the Red Queen's tomb, in contrast to Pal's renowned lid engravings of cosmic rebirth. All eyes are on the cinnabar, the corpse, and the dying ceremony. However, one might discern hints of significance through the use of architectural details. The east-west alignment of the tomb is a metaphor for the sun's arc from birth to death. There is a lot of power in this little space. The atmosphere is solemn and reverent, as if it were a sacred enclosure for a revered individual. The Maya constructed their sacred buildings to serve as portals between the heavenly, terrestrial, and ethereal realms. Being laid to rest in one was akin to transcending the human condition. The everlasting abode of the Red Queen was not an afterthought. It was a meticulously built temple, a spot where dying became reborn. Her skeleton is in stone, her spirit in cinnabar, and her architectural legacy in the building itself. A sacred space that conveys her significance through silence. The ancient Maya believed that life continued beyond death. Xibalba, the underworld, may be entered across this hallowed threshold. The Red Queen was not the only one for whom this crossing had a spiritual significance. Ritualized in its core, it was also political and cosmic. Mythical burial rites were carefully orchestrated ceremonies designed to help the soul traverse the perilous underworld. Cibala was not a serene afterlife, according to Maya writings and art. A labyrinth of shadows, blood rivers, challenges, and death gods awaited. Those who had been duly laid to rest, ritually cleansed, and spiritually strengthened were the only ones who could effectively traverse. Buried with cinnabar, encased in stone and surrounded by sacrifices, the Red Queen lay in state. These are all telltale signals of a funeral for the chosen few. And that's not all. Auto-sacrifice rites may have been practiced in her grave. Given the existence of obsidian knives and bone needles, it's possible that these artifacts served as symbolic representations of the rites she had exercised during her lifetime or were used during her funeral rituals to honor her memory. The meticulously constructed heraldry mask crafted from jade tiles served a more practical purpose. On her way to the next life, it may have protected her features and identity as a spiritual receptacle. The Maya believed that the face reflected the soul and that the gods must see this soul in order to accept it. She may have been fed pulque, chocolate, sweets, or water in the past by the pottery jugs that round her now. Spiritual implements, offerings to the gods, or symbols of ceremonial discourse could have been other objects, such as stingray spines or shell trumpets. The burial was more than a farewell. A change had occurred. Time was considered sacred by the Maya. The afterlife is like a seed, burial is like planting, and death is like a seed. Many people believed that monarchs and queens were divine beings who had taken human form, and in passing on, they went back to their divine beginnings, being readied for rebirth, not as a mortal, but as a being bound to the sacred order of the cosmos. The Red Queen, covered in the color of blood, entombed in a pyramid, and worshipped with offerings, was being portrayed in this way. There was more to her life than just her funeral. It marked the start of her legendary status. One of Mesoamerica's most famous cemeteries is located within walking distance of the Red Queen's burial site, that of Pal the Great, whose real name was Kinich Janab Pal. The craftsmanship, grandeur, and profoundly religious symbolism of his interment within the grand temple of the inscriptions are much admired. The unusual nature of the Red Queen's tomb is due to both its contents and its location. Temple 3, which was very next to Pal's monument, was where her coffin was concealed. The proximity of these temples in Palenque was deliberate, as they were all placed to mirror cosmic principles. It was deliberate, a declaration set in stone. The Red Queen was widely thought by scholars to have been Zakbuao, the trusted consort and queen of Pal. The parallels between their graves are remarkable, even though her tomb does not have any inscriptions. Both were treated with the utmost regard. They were encased in cinnabar, buried in jade, and encased in pyramids. These observances are like two sides of a sacred story. They reflect one another. Pal's lid is renowned for its depiction of his descent into the underworld tree, a cosmic tableau representing the cycle of life and death. Symbolism is found in the pairing itself, even though the Red Queen's plain tomb lacks such iconography. Pal might have stood for the sun, which rises from the underworld each morning, while the Red Queen might have symbolized the moon, the enigmatic feminine power that travels its own way through space and time. They represented cosmic duality as a whole, the contrast between the sexes, the monarch and queen, the day and night, the ritual and the order. Numerous figures held positions of authority in Maya mythology. They were interpersonal. A stable universe necessitated equilibrium. Even the dynastic court was subject to this check and balance. By positioning the Red Queen next to Pal, the Maya were honoring a celestial alliance rather than merely a marital bond. Perhaps their positions in life were reflected in their closeness in death as well. A queen who stands not far behind her king, but side by side, sharing not only the throne, but also the legacy. They communicate verbally less in their resting places. Eternity-bound, two spirits bound in cinnabar and stone. A holy stillness unparalleled in human history. Even if her name has faded into oblivion, the Red Queen of Palanque remains not a relic of the past, but a formidable and mysterious figure from antiquity. After being sealed for more than 1,300 years, her tomb now echoes through the ages, raising questions that grow louder with each new revelation. She stands for an enigma that has so far eluded explanation. Her true identity might remain a mystery to us. She was not named in any glyph. The thief did not relate her tale. However, the meticulousness of her funeral, the abundance of her sacrifices, and the symbolic significance of her blood-stained bones all point to a woman of great significance, not only as a spouse or consort, but as someone with genuine sway, spiritual heft, and royal lineage. We are compelled to reconsider our assumptions today by the Red Queen. She exemplifies the fact that ancient Maya women did not keep quiet. They were in charge of ceremonies, city governments, and dynastic formations. The Red Queen's comeback shows that authority was not only held by males, even though rulers like Pal have been in the limelight for a long time. Everyone from mums to queens to priestesses to visionaries was a conduit for it. Her impact extends well beyond the material possessions she bequeathed. It's the dialogue she's sparked among historians, artists, storytellers, and archaeologists. There is an intentional message conveyed by each jade bead, cinnabar layer, an architectural decision in the temple. This lady was significant. That, maybe, is the most remarkable aspect of her narrative. Not our current knowledge, but rather the things we have yet to gather. What we learn from the Red Queen is that history is more than simply a set of facts. Everyone's desire to know their own history is intertwined in this living jigsaw. Her impact is being felt even now in that regard. She is encased in crimson, the hue associated with vitality, selflessness, and renewal. Science, art, and awe now reveal her face, which was previously concealed behind a jade mask. She is still unidentified, but her voice is heard. Enigmatical, yet never forgotten. Even though the Red Queen never really ruled anything in this life, she does so in death, our imaginations. Stones were used to seal her tomb. In silence, her story was penned. Despite this, she manages to express herself. The dynamic neighborhood of Coyoacan was the site of Frida Kahlo's birth on July 6, 1907. Later on, a little town outside of Mexico City. Color, paradox, and subtle power abound at her childhood abode, the Casa Azul, often known as the Blue House. At various points in time, it served as a haven for a legendary 20th century artist, a battlefield, and a museum. Frida was one of 4 children born to Matilda Calderón, a pious Catholic of indigenous and Spanish origin, and Guillermo Carlo, a German-Hungarian photographer. On the one hand, her parents were very different. Thoughtful and quiet Guillermo. Matilde, who is emotionally detached and deeply devout. Not only would Frida take after her mother's tenacity and artistic sensibilities, but her father would be more introverted and creative. Even when she was little, Frida was a free spirit who spoke her mind. She devoured books and dared adults to answer questions they were too embarrassed to. However, she acquired polio when she was 6 years old, which caused her right leg to be weaker and thinner than the other. She wore long skirts to hide her physical difference, but she never let it hold her back. She was bedridden for months and cut herself off from other kids because of her condition. She developed a strong bond with her father at this time, and he always pushed her to keep her mind active and strong through exercise and bike riding. Frida, in contrast to the majority of young women of her day, had no interest in ending her life as a housewife. She entered Mexico City's esteemed National Preparatory School at the age of 15 with the intention of becoming a doctor. A select few females who were admitted. Not only was she exceptionally bright, but she also stood out for her defiant humor, revolutionary ideas, and one-of-a-kind flair. She became a member of the Cachuchas, a circle of young thinkers who met to discuss literature, politics, and philosophy. Revolution and ideas that questioned tradition were what Frida was most attracted to. However, Frida Kahlo was already carving out a space for herself in the world, with her angular features, uncompromising beliefs, and a personality that was too large to fit into anyone else's expectations during those formative years, long before the bus accident that would shape her body and the celebrity that would shape her legacy. She wasn't merely a Kokand native, she was getting ready to start over from the very beginning. The life of Frida Kahlo was divided in two on September 17, 1925. The young woman she was coerced into becoming and the girl she once was. Alejandro Gomez Aras, her lover, and she got aboard a wooden bus that afternoon after school. They seemed to be bickering, taunting, and laughing at each other. When Frida set her mind to anything, she never stopped until finishing it. A streetcar and the bus crashed a few moments later, shattering her future into stillness, metal, and agony. It was a terrible crash. Splintered wood and passengers were hurled as the streetcar slammed the bus against a wall. An iron handrail impaled Frida. It went through her pelvis and into her left hip. There were 3 breaks in her spinal column. The bone in her right leg broke. Her toes came loose. Her ribs and collarbone were fractured. A dislocated shoulder affected her. She had a pierced abdomen. She had only just turned 18. Using an apron he had acquired, a man enveloped her. Her dazzling appearance was caused by the gold powder she had been carrying, not blood, as another observer pointed out. It had detonated upon impact, covering her shattered body in what appeared to be dazzling ash. Several operations were performed on Frida at the Red Cross Hospital in the months that followed. She was bedridden for weeks, writhing in pain from infection and anxiety while she was immobilized in a body cast. Gradually, the prospect of realizing her dream of becoming a doctor faded from her mind. However, a movement started in that silence. She received brushes from her father. An adapted easel, wired by her mother, dangled over her bed. On the canopy, there was a mirror set up for her to see her reflection. Frida started painting while lying in plaster, in misery. It was boredom at first, and then obsession. Since she had no one else to turn to, she began by studying her own mirror. However, what came out was not ostentation. Survival was key. Although the incident had physically damaged her, it had also presented her with an opportunity through which she could access her inner world, her physical form, and ultimately the surreal language of anguish and self-discovery that would come to characterize her work. The young woman who had a passion for helping others started by mending herself, one stroke of her brush at a time. Frida Kahlo started painting while she lay enclosed in steel and plaster, her body battling for air with each breath. What began as a therapeutic tool quickly evolved into a language. The objective was to convey very personal, brutally honest and frequently unsettling language. No delicate landscapes or lovely flowers were ever painted by Frida. She depicted herself in a state of physical, emotional, and existential agony. Early works were small-scale, painted on tin or wood panels inspired by Mexican ritos, devotional paintings meant to tell stories of suffering and miracles. The artist famously stated, "I paint myself because I'm so often alone, and because I am the subject I know best." This choice of subject matter was not driven by vanity. Frida inverted this custom. She let her body do the talking. Her feelings took center stage. Her self-portrait was one of shattered, pierced, and bleeding pieces. She resembles a contemporary martyr in one image when she is nailed to the wall. In another, she is symbolized by a broken column which represents her damaged spine, and she glides through a desolate landscape. She depicted a naked, decapitated, shattered, and sobbing version of herself, but she was never inactive, perpetually observing. Her agony remained untreated. She brought a sense of humor, rebellion, and beauty to the horrific subject of trauma. She reclaimed her body, her experiences, and her identity as a woman in each piece, fighting against a world that sought to define her. It wasn't simply a story that Frida was telling. She was developing an innovative kind of visual storytelling, one that combined symbolism, medical illustration, surrealism, and Mexican folk art. Color, culture, and mythology encased her introspective soul in her paintings, which took on a surreal quality. After a lengthy and arduous recovery, Frida was no longer the same girl who had aspired to become a doctor. Being an artist, her work was completely unique. Even the worst thing that had ever happened to her had become a catalyst for her creativity. Not only that, Frida Kahlo painted more than only her suffering. By drawing attention to it, she elevated her pain to the status of a sacred form of expression. Meeting Diego Rivera in 1928, while still healing and still a young artist, Frida Kahlo was 21 years old. Their relationship would go on to be the most significant and tumultuous of her life. He was the most renowned painter in Mexico, and he was 20 years her senior. Rivera, a towering figure and colossal presence, was a Mexican muralist famous for his politically charged, expansive frescoes that depicted Mexican history. His work was familiar to Frida. It was something she felt was beautiful. She was now seeking his feedback on her work, nevertheless. She presented Diego with her artwork at the Ministry of Education and asked directly, "Do I have talent?" After taking a quick glance, Diego responded, "Yes, and not just out of kindness." He saw something unique in her, a voice that was unfiltered, raw, unpretentious, full of anger, irony, suffering, and beauty. They embarked on a creatively and emotionally draining relationship. I suffered 2 accidents in my life. One in which a streetcar knocked me down. The other was Diego, Frida once stated. In 1929, they tied the knot. On the surface, it seems like an unusual combination. Francisco, enormous, disloyal, and politically prominent. Frida, who is cane-dependent, and has sharp tongs is fiercely independent. The union was compared by her parents as that of an elephant and a dove. Their relationship was intense and tumultuous. Diego was always there for her, cheering her on as she developed her painting skills. Even with Cristina, Frida's sister, he was unfaithful time and time again. A distraught Frida returned the favor by attracting male and female admirers, including the reputed relationships of Leon Trotsky and Georgia O'Keeffe, among others. Following their 1939 divorce, they wedded in 1940 under new conditions. The autonomy, the house, the money, and the name would all remain with Frida this time. Their second marriage was characterized by a greater emphasis on creative collaboration and mutual understanding than on conventional love. Diego was a rock in Frida's life through all the broken promises and betrayals. He was daring with her. He hurt her. But he also thought she was a revolutionary, a talented artist, and a woman who could change the way painting was perceived. They were legendary, but they were far from calm when they were together. During the 1930s, while Diego Rivera was busy completing prestigious mural commissions in New York, Frida Kahlo accompanied him on his journey north to San Francisco and Detroit. Her years spent overseas made her feel profoundly uneasy politically, since they exposed her to American capitalism, affluence, and industrialism. Frida cherished indigenous traditions while being a devout communist and a strong Mexican patriot. Even more disheartening was the fact that she saw American opulence during the Great Depression, which devastated a large portion of the nation. She made fun of American consumerism and superficiality in letters home. The contradictions, colors, and grit of Mexico was something she missed. Frida started painting smaller, more intimate revolutions on canvas and tin, while Diego created massive murals on the walls of factories. She developed a style that was firm, acute, bizarre, emotive, and personal. During this period, she created a number of her most famous self-portraits. Getting a new coat of paint wasn't Frida's only motivation. Surviving, she decided to paint herself. She found herself shaped by her environment. She became reclusive as she endured the physical toll of her accident, subsequent operations, and a miscarriage in Detroit. Her depictions were depicted as wounded, broken, and vulnerable. What was constant, though, was her expression, unflappable, unwavering calm. In Henry Ford Hospital, a haunting piece of art, she is depicted sobbing on a hospital bed while floating symbols of grief encircle her. An unborn child, a snail, a broken pelvis, and medical instruments. Extremely graphic, honest, and emotionally taxing it was. Truth flowed from a canvas. Frida became deeply involved in Mexican left-wing politics upon her return home. During Leon Trotsky's exile, she and Diego graciously welcomed him into their house. Frida made a political and cultural statement with her choice to wear Tijuana dresses, which are traditional indigenous clothes. Her beliefs were always reflected in her paintings. Everything about her, her ideology, her body, and her identity was entangled in her art. Frida depicted the human cost of revolution, while Rivera painted murals on it. The shattered body, the raging thoughts, and the relentless gaze of one's own reflection. While sick and in exile, she transformed into an artist who painted resistance as much as an artist who painted sorrow. Frida Kahlo was more than simply Diego Rivera's wife when she went back to Mexico in the late 1930s. She had transformed into an artist whose work exuded cultural identity, strange symbolism, and naked honesty. She had become a force in her own right. She reintegrated completely into herself upon returning to her homeland. In Coyoacan, her Casa Azul became a haven of paradox and color. The garden features Aztec sculptures, bright cobalt walls, and yellow trim. Monkeys and parrots are allowed to roam the grounds. As far as Frida was concerned, the mansion was an embodiment of her fantasies. It was a synthesis of rustic charm with more modern elements of defiance. Exotos, folk art, revolutionary literature, and artifacts from the pre-Columbian era around her in this space. She painted as the air was heavy with the aroma of copal incense, and the music of mariachi played on the street, all while wearing daring Tijuana costumes and plaiting flowers into her hair. During this time, there was a creative explosion. As she progressed, her paintings were increasingly complex, metaphorical, and politically charged. Works such as the two Fridas showed a dual personality. There was a European with a broken heart and an indigenous person who was calm and collected. A depiction of love, grief, and heritage, it was Frida's visual autobiography. Impressionists such as Picasso, Breton, and Kandinsky were impressed by her wildly innovative approach when she showed her work in Paris in 1939. Aside from the Surrealists, Frida was unusual. She resisted André Breton's attempts to classify her as one of their own. "They believed I belonged to the Surrealist movement," she added, "but I wasn't. I never painted dreams. I painted my own reality." She depicted Mexico as the vibrant, real country she loved, rather than the idealized image seen on postcards. The symbolism in her work was palpable. Everything from skeletons to hummingbirds to hearts to thorns to maize to blood. Although she exposed the brutality of her homeland's history, and today she paid homage to its indigenous roots. However, her health continued to deteriorate despite the strengthening of her creative voice. Continual agony, infections, and multiple surgeries were part of everyday life. Despite this, she persisted in painting while resting in bed, her torso restrained by corsets, her grip on the brush tightly gripped. Not to relax, but to reassert her authority through art, politics, and an unabashed love of who she is, Frida had gone back to Mexico. Frida Kahlo's physical self kept betraying her throughout the 1940s. Her spinal column was in bad shape. An infection plagued her right leg at all times. Throughout her lifespan, she endured over 30 surgeries, frequently one after the other. Months at a time, she lay immobile in a cast or on traction devices that spread her bones apart, rendering her bedridden. Still, she continued to paint. During those years, every canvas served as an outlet and a kind of defiance. Her assertive and darker works gained prominence. Without evading metaphor, her paintings displayed a clarity honed by suffering. She appears in the shattered column with a nail-pierced torso and a cracked ionic column in place of a spine. She appears unmoved, though. She stared without blinking. For Frida, pain had become more than simply a topic. Through it all, it served as her muse, adversary, and comrade. She also became very outspoken politically. As a member of the Mexican Communist Party, she denounced imperialism and injustice through heated letters, demonstrations, and marches. At demonstrations, she continued to wave placards and yell slogans even after her health deteriorated to the point that she could no longer walk. Frida finally got the long overdue recognition her art deserved in 1953 when Mexico held her first solo show. However, due to her precarious health, physicians advised her not to go. What could she do? Only Frida would have done it. The paramedics brought her in on a stretcher, and she was placed on her hospital bed in the middle of the gallery. She welcomed guests with tequila, laughing, and that enduring fire in her eyes while dressed in traditional finery and surrounded by her own work. Her last works evoked a mix of innocence and terror. She depicted herself in a steel corset being held by Marx while she tossed aside symbols of tyranny. In Marxism would heal the sick. A still life of cut watermelons was her last known creation. A piece that said, "Viva la vida, long live life." She was political, cheerful, and defiant even as she faced death. The final works of art by Frida Kahlo weren't merely self-portraits. Despite the blood and gore, these revolutionary deeds were often accompanied by signs of life. At the age of 47, Frida Kahlo passed away at La Casa Azul in Coyoacan, the same spot she had been born, on July 13, 1954. A pulmonary embolism was the stated cause, but her loved ones were speculating about something more sinister. Yes, she had been sick, but she had also been worn out by the agony, the operations, and the protracted struggle with her own body. A political demonstration in Guatemala against the CYA coup had been held only days before to her arrival. She firmly continued, her clenched fist lifted in defiance, despite being weak and confined to a wheelchair. Her dying breath was a revolution. Her most recent journal post was succinct yet devastating. "My best wishes for a happy departure and a permanent separation." Frida's funeral was held at Mexico's most esteemed cultural institution, the Palacio de Bellas Artes. Friends, relatives, artists, and revolutionaries gathered around her corpse as it was covered with the Mexican Communist Party's red flag. No one could comfort Diego Rivera. "She was the one he loved most in the world," he said, while his treachery had almost shattered her. Something out of the ordinary occurred nevertheless in the years after her passing. Frida Kahlo was adamant about staying put. Her fame began with a whisper in the art world. Her works defied easy classification. Traditionalists found them too surreal, while surrealists found them too political. Still, people started to take notice of her tale, her image, and her refusal to conform. As feminist activists and academics sought to amplify marginalized perspectives in the 1970s and 1980s, Frida's voice rose to prominence. No longer was she merely an artist. She personified the beauty that can emerge from adversity, the strength that comes from standing up for what you believe in, the unapologetic celebration of Mexican identity, queerness, disability, revolution, and authenticity. Iconic features included her face, unibrow, eyes and hairstyle featuring flowers, her house converted into a museum, a sacred document her journal became. Her works are currently housed in some of the most prestigious institutions on the planet. For the most part, Frida Kahlo had been Diego's sidekick. However, she took the lead even in death. She left more than just artwork behind. She had left a mirror behind, daring us to examine it, rather than with compassion or fear, but with ferocity. Frida Kahlo is a household name nowadays, printed on garments, depicted on walls, transformed into plush toys, internet lore, ads, and symbols. You can't help but recognize her by her distinctive unibrow, flower-crowned hair, and intense stare. Not only do people recognize her face, but they also recognize the truth behind it, which is what gives her legacy its strength. Frida made no effort to be perfect. She defied categorization. She despised and actively avoided being conventional. She provided authenticity in a perfection-obsessed environment. The truth as it is, unfiltered, chaotic, angry, joyous, contradictory. She reveled in her unique qualities. She took her sexuality, culture, politics, and handicap and transformed them into work that spanned generations and continents. She has transcended the realm of art. Across the world, she represents artistic resistance, cultural pride, feminism, and rebellion. She is a bisexual icon for the LGBTQ community because she was brave enough to live her life without shame during a period when it was socially unacceptable to do so. She serves as a powerful example for women that power is not dependent on being asked. She exemplifies how, rather than stifling, pain can inspire disabled artists to keep painting. For Mexico, she represents a reclaimed daughter who is feisty, folkloric, and an enduring part of the country's identity. She has gone from having her paintings panned because they were too weird or too intimate to becoming highly acclaimed. Not only can one view works like the self-portrait of the two Fridas with the thorn necklace and hummingbird, but one can also feel the shattered column. Anyone who has ever had to find a way to make something wholly out of their pain may relate to these. She elevated the marginalized where she resided to the spotlight. She reveled in paradox, a socialist who accessorized with golden garb, rekindled love for a lady deceived, a soul unyielding within a broken body. In the midst of it all, she painted with conviction and color. Being a symbol was never Frida Kahlo's intention. All she did was be honest about who she was. Did the same for the millions of people who had never seen a reflection of themselves in art. They told the truth. We now see bravery on her face. Here, hues are visible. Resistance is evident. Rather than dead, Frida appears to be eternal.